Hi everyone, welcome to another exciting episode of StarRupture. Let's get in. And we're in. Second time. Let's just check that this is set to friends. Good. Rupture incoming. This is where we left it last night.
Rupture's eruption has started. Prepare for impact.
Does end abruptly, that. This needs a sort. Anyway, nothing we need to add here for the minute. Oh. We need to wait for this to cool down and then we can get into the game proper. So we left it, I think, where we were making sulphuric acid. Just going to storage at this particular point. I suppose we should look at those. I think they're batches of 1500, so one version 2 storage will be sufficient. 1500 there, 1500, and there's 1600 in the tray. So we need three complete loads. Yes, and our logistics network is in a bit of a mess.
Planetary temperature returning to normal.
That alert sounds alarming. Our base core, I hope, is not overheated. Is not. Close. But it's pretty much up on the limit. The next phase will be possibly to upgrade that core to level 3. That raises some questions about how the vermin are going to behave and respond to that. How is this doing? So it's not at. We'll wait for that to complete. Do we wait for it to complete? No, I'll tell you what, we're here. Let's take it.
Gotcha.
We'll take what we've got and then just let it tick. So it saves me running backwards and forwards. Even though I'm going to be running backwards and forwards anyway. We have ammo. I don't think we're due another attack for a while. I worked out that they're about 2.5 hours between waves, between attacks. So, as there was one near the... Was it near the end? No, I don't think it was. I think we put another hour in after the attack. So possibly there's an hour and a half before we get another attack. Well, that's at least one more rupture. We can go and dump this lot. Super magnet made in a furnace. The other thing to look at is what do we want to build on the corporate terminal. That requires chemicals for a dietitian lem and irrigator lem. Not massively excited. Compounder, an intermediate production building utilises chemical reactions to make products. Okay. God almighty, we're really running out of room. We're probably going to have to rationalise this base. Assembler. Oh, there's so much stuff to make. Lesser emitter. Scanner. There's 8 items just there alone. Turbine. We're not making turbines yet. We're not making lenses. We're not making electromagnetic coils. And we're not making electromagnets, let alone superior magnets or super magnets. So I don't think there's anything we can do right now. Chemicals. So it's that really, isn't it? Level 8. Okay. It's going to be chemicals. Once we've done all that we need to do for the unlocks, because we need chemicals to make the sulphuric acid. Well, it does seem to me that we can actually make quite a lot of this. Yeah, these chemicals come as part of this process. We can do a similar thing to what we've done before. And that's to create a dual input. Oh, mind you, we don't know whether or not this is going to be... We're certainly not going to need all of these. In fact, I'd even be tempted to take some of these down. In fact... Yeah, don't know. Because we sort of jury-rigged this to make the pressurised helium in the first instance. But it's probably not a million miles away from what it's actually supposed to look like. I would be very tempted to move that over here. That would almost be worth a trip. There's a bit of an overlap between these two cores. That really can't be helped, I think. Take that one out. I'm not going to put a V2 in yet. That would be completely logical. So we need, if I change this, we need to go to the sulphur base and then change it. Now that's starting to hit the ground. I think we leave that for now. We might need to start thinking about stepping the base. We'll do something with these at some point. Move them out of the way, etc. But it's just using this space for now. Okay. It doesn't hurt for the minute. And we were talking about... This was pressurised helium. So maybe we leave that. This is why I want to think about moving that so that perhaps we have something like this, and then this goes back. But we'll need to relocate that. What's the cooling look like here? 1425 and 1440. So we got a very similar issue here with the cooling. But we could build some of these. I think we should think about moving up, to be honest. It doesn't hurt to do so. There was another thought I had.
The Raptura is in its stable stage.
And that
The
is
climate of
all this
Arcadia
dead space.
is returning to normal.
All this dead space could be utilised. Now, we would probably need to think about replacing some of these, and also deciding on a where we're going to place that wall. And I would suggest it's a 4-bay. Yeah, that would definitely help. Oh, I see, look at that. Oh, so when you place those, then that blocks it in. So that would stop it having being able to get access to under there. Clever. Well, that's going to go anyway. And we're going to need to extend this platform. We've just had a rupture, so that can't be the sun about to rupture. Okay, well, removing some of these enables us to drop the cooling.
Arcadia 7 has finished regenerating.
We on for 3x3, have we? Because the alternative is 4x4, I think. And although that centres, we lose another foundation. I'm just mindful that eventually we're going to run out of space. I don't think it hurts. But what does hurt is that we need to move those rails. Where are you? Ah. Out of body experience there. So that needs to be at the end here. I noticed that when you hit the delete key, if you're focused on an object, it doesn't highlight and you have to take the cursor off it and then back on again. And that happens in Satisfactory as well. It doesn't register the item you're moused over. Okay. Right, so following the same logic, this would be our back line. Did we put... Okay. Leave it there for now. I won't. I'll take it. Because we're going to move this down the other end. I don't know how many refinery recipes there will be. Just 2. So the question then becomes, is this enough or not? I don't know. Yeah. Need to get under there.
Tasty.
Nom nom. Well, at least I stopped making the nom nom noises. To do a Z copy, you actually need to be quite close. There. We're off centre, but it'll do. So you are going to be pressurised helium, right? Because that was the first thing that we put in there. Then you are going to be sulphuric acid. And in fact, we could have these. We could have 3 of them creating sulphuric acid and pick all this up. But what I want to do is to make sure that, yeah. Let's change this to sulphuric acid. And this. Interesting. Let's see what that does. I want to get all the pressurised helium because we're going to put it in here. What I don't want to do is start producing pressurised helium. And then we find we have a glut of it. This needs a control click to shift, or shift click to move all. Oh, that's helium. Need that to pressurise helium. Okay. You're not getting enough, really? Ah, right. There is something we can do about that. Really does churn those out, doesn't it? There you go. Okay, let's turn this machine off. Might as well let... Oh, no. Let's take it.
Huh.
Now we can do a... I'm going to put this down here. I'm going to do the dual input thing. Because it really did occur there. Yeah. Well, they're going to be coming in the same way. So they don't really get a choice. But here, for example... I wonder... I just had a thought. Oh no. Every time I think of something here and I'm like, okay, we can do this. Where is it? How do you scroll this? There's something you can do where you actually scroll the middle. You do that and then No. Oh no. Anyway, I don't want to leave this clogged up for too long. My reason for doing this is going to take the acid, sorry, not the acid, the sulphur and the chemicals on different channels into the back of the machine. So it should load quicker. Let's turn this one off. Turned you into sulphuric acid, did we? You're pressurised. Change you to sulphuric acid. You're still off, are you? No. I'll be very careful about putting materials into machines. Put that into the storage, and that's the storage, that's okay. That can go back. Yeah, we can start to make this work for us. Nope. We can start to make this work for us already. Let's take these out for now. We get under here and extend these columns. Woohoo!
I can use that.
So let's get ourselves an unlock. That's 100% of something. Furnace, wasn't it? So we can make super magnets. Hardening agents, those are 2 furnace recipes. So let's get those going, right? They require sulphuric. Oh no, those are the items that go to unlock it, but maybe they're the items that actually make it. It would be a good idea to get these unlocks first, and the reason for that is if these have a high demand for the sulphuric acid, it would take it away from these. Not that. Mega press. Right, we got battery, and that goes in a mega press. So we're going to need a mega press line as well. Right, we need a lot more here. We need 600 plus 1500. It's 2100. This is before we actually start sending anything in a launcher. Where are you going? Right, so follow the chemicals. These will be running all the way up here, and they'll be going in on the left hand side, you see, because it's coming in the opposite direction. So that means, because it's not sharing a line, that these can actually load quicker. And it's actually bottlenecked on the chemicals at the moment. That's fine. Likewise with this, let's have a look to see what that's looking like. It's fine. I wanted to move this sulphur here, but we're going to really throw that over the core overheat. And what I found before was that once the core overheats, that's really bad news. Like really, really bad news. So maybe we can put a couple of these in. Not enough resources. Not enough resources. And now glass. So we're going to need to release glass onto the network. Did we have a large container of glass? And I don't think we did. We do have 2 containers of glass, but that's released this one. I have no doubt this is going to create mayhem. See where it's going now. You can have that. Sort. Okay. Looking good. Ticking. Ticking. I mean... yeah, you're right. I don't think there's any value in putting a second input here because this is going to be taken off the same line, right? So helium and sulphur are coming in on the same line. Whereas there is value here, especially as this is using 2 per. What's this using? 1 of each. So it uses double the amount of sulphur to make the sulphuric acid. You're jammed. God damn you. Ah no, you are moving. Just very slowly. Okay, so can we create another bypass line? And the answer to that is yes. That looks okay. Where are you coming from? Oh, you're coming out the back, right. So, that looks to me as if we need a line back there. That When you flip back to your body, I'm now disorientated because I've moved away. That one is a quicker way back. Yeah. So there's no need for that there. You're not receiving any beams. So where are beams? They're right there. Where are you headed? Okay. Well, that's making titanium housings as well. I don't want to make it worse, so let's switch off this one. So where is those beams? Beams are here. They're going into here. And that's making titanium housings. That makes complete sense, and we just have one. Okay. We have ammo. You lot are all good. You're now getting stuff. Nothing there, which is good. This looks as if it's not full. Let's take it as I'm here.
That's just what I need.
that looks as if it's doing well. That's a long way. Mega press, insert, lovely. Insert, oh right, well we were going to. It's easily distracted, right? Ooh, a battery. Oof. Let's get back to the furnace. Electronics, chemicals, we need to make hardening agent in a furnace. Also save. Now we had that machine, didn't we? Or we take one of these. Now, I saw there's one of these already. Calcium powder. We could swap one of those. Let's try it here first. So, swap you for hardening agent. That's going to start demanding, isn't it? Alright, look, it is what it is. Hardening agent. Then we go and put these in here. No. And my guess is that hardening agent isn't going to be able to demand. Or is it? For a couple of reasons. It needs synthetic silicon and it needs applicator. There is no route back down here presently, but we're going to have to create one. So that's how we're going to get... Oh, actually we could do it this way. That's a long way down there that we haven't got to yet. Yep. Well, that's well out, isn't it? Oh, I put that on a 4, that's why. Oh, it's fine. Put it on a 4 to keep it centred. Do you know what? I reckon that's the right thing to do. and it's better to do it now than try and retrofit it later. There's the thing where you can get it to it's middle mouse, hold down middle mouse and then mouse wheel, then you can do 2-tier rail networks. The issue is that you still need to get there. So unless you're going to really plan a one-way system, I think that's still fraught with problems. But it would allow you to place one conveyor belt over another. One rail. I'm thinking here I'm going to use some of this space for mega presses. Whoa, why are you doing that? Interesting. Because we haven't got supports, probably. This needs, the way this is routed is left first. Right, hang on. I'm stood right in the middle of that, aren't I? Oh no, I just got it. Oh no! So look, it's going to be off centre no matter what you do, right? One of these is off centre, unless you go for the centred on there. And I'm like, yeah. In which case, you might as well not do that. And you might as well just go for a 3. Because then it saves you a space. Saves you a row of foundations. So you need options to change that spacing. If they're going to continue with that, you know, if it can go to a 4, if it can go to a 3, like a 3x4 or a 4x4, you know what I mean? So you can actually change the ratio in one direction. That would help. Alright, not a problem. It's a factory game, right? So you just got to suck it up and build it. Something awry here. It's because we haven't got the supports underneath. I need to get those.
Rupture activity detected.
Uh-oh.
I recommend finding a safe place.
They're dead, right? Oh, this could be very interesting. Because the base is going to be overheated initially.
activity of nearby monolith.
They'll be okay. Okay. But you see what's going to happen is there's going to be another wave.
Monolith activity detected.
And here comes the wave. That wave is going to hit during this phase. Now they're all dead right now.
Raptura's core is unstable. Head to safety immediately.
So what happens to this?
No vermin signatures detected.
Right.
The planet is being
Dehydrated.
So a wave resets. Use. A wave resets. A rupture resets a base attack. Thank God for that, because if it didn't, the base is presently defenseless. Yeah? This is all overheated. So none of those guns are going to fire. So if they continue to spawn, and let's face it, if you triggered an antenna at this point, they would spawn. So if that didn't get reset by a rupture, then that would be very bad news. But I'm glad it did.
planetary temperature within acceptable parameters.
Okay, see that all of this is stationary at the moment and these guns are down. Are they down or are they up? Yeah, they're down. Because they're overheated, right? Now it's okay. And the rest of this is now coming online anyway. There would have been a period of vulnerability there. What did we decide on here? 3x3. Because there's no point in going 4x4. Because the output is offset. You fell down a hole. We need to put some supports down the bottom. We've decided we're on the 3x3, which is not quite on centre for the building. They need a 3x4 option. That would solve it. So then you could get centred on your building and centred on your grid. That's the answer for that. Let's get that going again. Sulphuric acid, you can have that. You're fine. Right. Through line. Huh? You're too far, get back! Where am I? Disorientated. Okay, so you're going that way. I want to try and keep the output going in a different direction to that. I want to try not to mix it. For now. That's weird, isn't it? It's because it's not supported properly under there. Got to get down there. A lag spike there. Oh, by the way, this isn't. I've not got this installed on an SSD, even though it says you should. This is installed on a. Going the wrong way. Installed on a HDD. Okay. That should allow sulphuric acid to get somewhere. In fact, I'll tell you what I want to do. I want to stop that for now. So, big yikes.
Just what I need.
Let's go and put that in. Oh, right, yeah, there was no way for that to go anyway. What the hell have I done there? Unintended. How were we looking for that? Mega press. Oh, look. Close. We need 300 more. And then we're good there. Where was the hardening agent one? I don't know if that's to go anywhere at the minute, so we'll just leave that. This is off. What happens when we turn it on? All hell breaks loose? What about this? You. Here. Why have you gone that way? Oh. Better. So I'm putting these rails in a as needed basis at the moment.
Status stable. Arcadia status stable.
Until we've got I don't know, a better mechanism. Like this, right? We have a little blockage. Why do we have a blockage? Because you're an injector and you want to go out. So I need to not do that. Where are you trying to get to? God damn it. We immediately get a blockage. Okay. Oh, please. Okay. Why did you suddenly stop then? You were working for a second there. There is a very good justification there, because that was taking... It was taking sulphuric. Trying to work it out. Where are you going? Oh, God almighty. So you're telling me... Yeah, okay. You need to go there. Simple as that. In fact, probably you need to go here and then in. Yeah. Oh, in fact, that... no, that will work. Come on. You. There we go, that will satisfy that one. Similarly, what do you need? You need wolfram plates, but what are you making? Impellers? Certainly not finished with that, are we? So we have an opportunity to adjust this one. Wolfram plates. How many hundred did I need? Did I say I needed? Take all.
Yes.
Put back. We're coming back down here anyway. We'll go and put it in. Oh, I need a glass of water. You're in. Right, we need 400 super magnets. Now we'll work out quite what else we're going to need. really need hardening agent, do we? But I don't know. I think we probably let's go this way. Let's see what happens. Okay, you're going that way. Or are you going that way? What the hell? Oh, look. Okay, let's follow that. Where are you going now? Why didn't you come along this line? What am I missing? That should have come along this line, surely. Okay, you make sense. I mean, to be honest, you would be bonkers not to bring this line back. Unfortunately, though, that's right in the way. So you would have to get onto... Yeah, so there isn't a really good route there. Because you've got this second one. If we took this out and then flipped that the other way, then we could bring this back a lot easier. I wonder what we can do there. Could bring it back here. Straight there. No, we'll leave it as it is at the minute. It's working. Can have that. You need Wolfram plates turned back on to complete. You use impellers, so we are going to need to turn on Wolfram plates. Question is, where are they? There they are. Here goes. Put you on the outside, that's fine. Where? Ooh. I thought for a minute suddenly everything started whizzing up here and I was like, why have you done that? Where? Ooh, where? Ooh, where? Why are you going all the way around there? Okay, I still can't see why that would go all the way around there and not come up here. I'm missing something. I'm seeing the rails all the way along. They look okay. There it is. Now I would expect the sulphuric acid to come down here. It takes time. There it goes. I'll grab a glass of water, I'll be back in a minute. There we go, well that's better. And this is now taking both of these routes to get to wherever it needs to. Titanium tubes. Don't have any titanium tubes. Why don't we have any titanium tubes? Because they're turned off. Why are they turned off? Because these are bars. Bars. Is that? I think that's the only titanium tube production. And if that's the case, why is that not on? That's on. It's not getting any titanium bars. Right, so we know for a fact this is bad news bears, right? But yeah, that's a way back. This is suddenly gonna start flowing that way, that's fine. Here we go. Machines that need titanium bars are suddenly going to get... Okay. Someone's at the door. Back in a mo. Back. Okay, not entirely certain what we need hardening agents for right now, but we are making them. And the other thing that we need to make is, I'm going to flip one of these glass over probably. Well, we've got that's spare. Flip one of these glass over to, what was it? To super magnets. That's going to create some fun as well. Let's clear this. Super magnets. I think we want to expand this storage probably. But right now, can't really afford to. I mean, we could if we build some more out the back. Or expand this core to cooling level 3, right? Which, can you imagine? Oh, we needed to load that. We need the silicon. We were actually producing that. I mean, 20 meteorite hearts, when I can see one there. Right. Didn't we have a second machine? So we had one of them connected and one of them not. Possibly not. Or, just looking at that, that looks very much to me like we can take all those.
Gotcha.
And insert. Right. And I'm very keen if we're producing glass. To change. Oh look, it was there, look. It's not even attached. I'm going to turn that off. We need a better way of that, please. Better way of, and you'd be able to clear these recipes so you can see them. Like here, like where is it? Like there, you see? I can see straight away that's not set. That doesn't work either. Okay. You're actually producing. Yes. You have that. So we're only 700 away from and then 20 meteorite hearts. So look, come on, let's
Come here.
I wonder what level 3
I need to survive.
what happens at level 3. I'm definitely going to save before we do that and possibly try and time that with a wave. Oh, maybe it means the waves are more frequent. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. We'll find out. It could go horribly wrong, couldn't it? I mean, let's face it hasn't gone horribly right. So far. The game does throw some challenges at you. Oh, that's miles away there. Yeah, we need some meteorite heart collection. This hill used to spawn spiders, it doesn't seem to anymore. Which is good. Is that an autosave? Yes, it is. Come on, let's do some stuff here. Let's get out and about. Oh no, what's that? Nope. Let's try this another way. Is that supposed to be it? I don't actually even know. It was this. Yeah. Right in a way. Okay. It's generally better to build these things before you build the platform. It just goes to illustrate what happens if you don't. definitely want to use some of this dead space, and that is going to involve moving some of these pillars. Because otherwise, you could get 4 if you did this. If you did the bay based on 4 in between, then you could do it easily. I don't see any meteorites within vision. Within field of view.
I need to survive.
Oh, there's one, but it's all the way over there. Don't need. Don't need. Don't need. Don't need. Wow, okay. Right, I don't think spiders can climb ladders, so... do. I think we probably want to put a OCL, orbital cargo launcher. I'm not entirely certain what we're loading though, but what I am certain of is we don't want the items to go back. I think that's really part of the problem, in which case maybe we're putting the OCLs over here for the minute. Don't know. We need some though. It's no good on this outer line. Oh no. I'm going to put it here. No, not you. I'm going to put one here, and the reason for that is just so I can figure it out. And then see whatever it is that we can actually load. I think it was here, and I think it was that 116k. That's going to take a while. Let's put these rails in. Which way are you going? I'm going that way. I don't know which way you'd be going from there. You'd be going left. But this would be going right. That's well janky. So It'll do, pig. I'll tell you how we're going to do this. We're going to take you out. We're going to load you with sulphur. I'm going to stick you in there. I'm literally going to jury-rig this like that. Because the plan is to move this. It makes sense to have this here. It also makes sense to have helium down here as well, or at least in line with where the helium demand is. That's now changed the route. That's okay. Rid of that. Did we get all the unlocks for I think we did for sulphuric acid. How much are these worth? 46. Oh no, we've already got 56 in here. When that turns out to be full, then I'll deploy another one, and so on and so forth. What does the unlock give us? Oh, it was a lem or something like that. It wasn't anything major, so I'm not overly bothered by that. It's more important that we get the chemicals into the sulphuric acid chain and get the other things produced. Where are you going? So you're going that way. Or maybe they were on an earlier journey. I think they probably were. Hang on, why are you going that way? Oh my gosh. Going the way around there, look. You could put a three-way splitter there, then curve one in there and one in there. Oh, that wouldn't look very nice. Which is why I like this arrangement. It's not all congested at the moment. We needed 400 of these to get the next unlock, right? So these will produce at whatever rate they do, and all well and good. Yeah. And that's got plenty in it. That doesn't, but it is what it is. You can have some of those. We turned that off, didn't we? Got a load of glass, and I want to put a big glass in. Glass holder. Was glass empty at all? Oh, look. You can have those. It was one of these, wasn't it? And I don't think it was emptying. No reason why you can't be connected. I thought I connected glass up to the network. It's there. Right.
I'm detecting increased rupture activity. Prepare for a wave.
Right. I've got a load of glass I don't really need. I don't want to dump it because I know that if we change the storage unit, then I could dump 4 lots of glass straight in it. That'd be very useful, and I know that those injectors are, what is it, the applicators are using glass as well. Let's have a look at here, what we need. So we're done down here. Furnace. Sure, there's items we haven't got out yet. Hardening agent we've got out. Super magnet we've got out. So we're producing. Fabricator. Applicator. Stator. Yeah, alright, we're doing all these. Yes, 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 yes. Wave warning. Smelter, yes. Mega press it is. If we're not producing batteries, we could do. Yeah? So we could actually start producing these, but we need to deploy some mega presses for that. We're producing turbines. Oh, we need to unlock this, the electromagnetic and that.
Rupture's eruption has started.
Oh.
Prepare for impact.
So we need one, at least two. Oh, we need battery. Oh, sorry. Battery 1, 2, 3. So we need 3 mega presses for just what we've got right now. Toasty.
Planetary temperature returning to normal.
We're back. I've seen an arrangement with this where a 3-way split is used, but it's still, if one's full, I don't know. It doesn't. I don't think it makes any difference, to be honest. Although it would put them in parallel. Would it? I don't entirely know, to be honest. It's possibly worth investigating. You've got 5 inputs to walk back at one of these, but you'd need to take this off a 1 anyway, so you've still got to do a 1 to 5 split. It's still bottlenecked on the 1. Right. Let's assume, for now, we're not going to use that. What did I say? We needed 3. We need 3 mega presses. Let's do a test. It's a love a test to me. And we've got the space to do it, right? I'm stood right there. Oh, we don't want to copy these. It just bugs out. So that's a 4, which is what we're using for the mega press. Well, that's already off centre, which I don't like. Let's let it place and then examine that. Oh, that's dog shit. The alternative was to go to a 5. What recipe are we going to put in it? So, battery. Yeah, battery we've unlocked, but we're not making any. So what's the alternative to... You can go to a 5 with a mega press. And that would centre it on the middle there. It just makes more sense to me. We only fit two machines in, where we could actually fit 3. Of course, if they were positioned around the right way. Now, it's problematic to build on holes. It's much easier to build on foundations. So make sure that you put the foundations back first. I don't think that's a waste of time. But I do think that these actually lend themselves very well to this, provided materials come the opposite direction. You're full. Been carrying these nozzles around for ages. Ah, there we go. Want to put them in? Don't need that. Oh, do we see any, yes. Can't really see where next weak point is. Any within spitting distance? No. See, I know if we end up upgrading this tower at this end, so we could go to level 2 here, right? But as soon as we do, that is going to attract this monolith. Whereas at the moment, if we upgrade this one, we only attract this one. I mean, we're going to have to do it anyway at some point, but the longer we hold it off, the better. And I could have stuck that in there, couldn't I? I don't want to choose it because I know what will happen. I'll choose it and then someone will go, yeah, that'll be great. And they'll be helpful and go, oh, you want that upgraded. And then they'll put a load of materials in it and we won't be prepared. See, one over there's miles away. 2, 3, but they're miles. So there is, the meteors will only land within a certain distance of your built base. And that much is clear. Probably a prelude to redoing that edge. We want to build right up to that building edge if we can. There you go.
The Ruptura is in its stable stage. The climate of Arcadia is returning to normal.
Interesting. Straight away that these need redoing, don't they? Fine, we'll do them.
Has finished regenerating.
There's another route round the other way now, so they'll go that way instead. Hang on. I won't connect that yet. Ooh. Going on there with the cooling. I think at one stage it was right up, then the other stage it's... That's because it's the other base, probably. Right, okay. That's good. We just let it tick. That is going to be one, that is going to be another one. We'll see in due course. Yeah, I mean this is bottlenecked on the electronics, and that's fine. I think we'll just let it go for now. Not electronics, chemicals. Oh look, we had a spare there. Valve. Yeah. We do have a spare there. So we actually don't need that third one. Let's take that out for a minute. Just as a reminder. In fact, because of that, we could actually switch this one over to... Yeah. I don't know though, it's okay. We'll leave it for now. Or do we leave it? Do we though? Yeah, we'll leave it for now. Right, just have to remember next time we put one on the other side. Are they 6 long then? They must be. Oh no, it's because we moved it out one. Right, okay. Okie dokie. Right, you're not getting enough tubes, but I'm okay with that. This is keeping the network open. This has been our main problem, right? We increase production, and the rail network can't cope with the volume. Although, I'm so tempted. No, for now, leave it. Can't help myself. Can't help myself. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. Do we have a spare? We have a spare in this tier. We have a spare in this tier. What was this before? Tubes. Tubes. It's only going to create so many, but this will suddenly draw a load of materials to it, right? I really want tubes in front of it, but it's what it is, and it's got spare capacity. Why are you going round? What are you doing there? I just saw that go all the way round. Okay, you are going round anyway. I just have a feeling they probably should be going. They should be going in to the back of the machine. We've abandoned this idea of a continuous loop. How did I end up with 100 from wire in my pocket? Because I changed the recipe on the machine. This one can have those. Right. I'm going to take a break. We're back. Where were we? Well, we've got something that has a semblance of the old network. That is filling up. That is filling up, and we don't even need it yet. We do want to get. We do want to get the unlock. $86. Okay. Well. Yes, that'll work. Just thinking there, because it's in case this line needs to go back the other way, but it will work. That'll work. We can certainly put down 2. That will start to speed that up. And it will do for now until we get the next machine. Now, I think this prevents items having to go back up the line. And I think that's very, very useful. Hello, Donna.
Nice.
Just gotta let my cat out. Thinking, is it worth putting some here? No. Nah. Right, valves. I tell you what, the other thing we could do here, we could move the ammunition. I don't suppose it really matters. We've got the valves up there, that's fine. So we change this from valves to what was it going to be? It was going to be battery. That in. Don't be out the doors. If you don't want to go out, don't go out. Okay, but don't be out the door. Come and sit with me. Come on. And you've got your chair. Right. Oh yeah, that's a bit more like it. Yeah. Right, change that to batteries and drop those in, and those will fill up when they can. And then we've got this for the other recipes as and when. Electromagnetic coil and pump. Fine. You appear to be... Oh, right, we need some stators. So release stators. And rotors. I'm sure. Yeah, it was these. Should have just released those onto the line. Of tubes. Oh, heat-proof sheets. Right, we need stators and rotors. Suddenly, a load of those. There you go. I mean, literally, look, this isn't. Oh. Oh, damn it. Okay, I haven't done myself any favours there. Didn't do myself any favours there. Alright, but he didn't jam it up. Okay, it was rotors and stators. That's better, you know, because it's throwing it all on the outside. It's throwing it on the outside, but the middle sections allow them to come back. Ooh, that's not so good. Okay, it is working, right? Both sides can throw to the outside, and then the centre can come back up. That works. Working. Not jamming. Oh, that's a down line. Oh, hang on. This is a major through route that is. Look, this does make sense. But this one jammed up as well, didn't it? Right? But it would make sense that it's an up and a down, and then the rest are downs. The rest are backs, rather. I don't know. I don't want to complicate it if, at this stage. If there's no need, I do think this will probably go. Yeah. We've reached a stage where we want these back in. And the jury's out on the others, that's all. But I do think there's a really good justification for throwing them to the outside. And only having backlines in the middle. Where are you getting stuck? You have got stuck, haven't you? Oh, damn it. That's going. Where do you want to go? Are you stuck? Do we need you to go back on this line? I think that's almost the case. Where are you going here? The thing is, I'm sure if I put a line in here, it doesn't necessarily feed back. Not until it's because the route is chosen when the item leaves. Okay, so where is this getting blocked? That's the key point. That's a forward, you see. I think we need to throw these on the outside. That line is clear. feel a lot chilled about this jamming up now than I did previously. I don't think we should have this going forwards. I think we need to throw these to the outside. I think that's really important. I think coming back is fine. And I think, oh, can't do it there. I was going to say that should be the downline, but I don't think we can. Right, what's going on here? Let's follow this. I wonder what happens, right, if you put a 5 splitter and you put a 5 merger there, what happens? That I'm very intrigued as to know what happens there. See what I mean? I just wonder if it sorts items onto those lines. Does this help us? It's my gut feel. Is it doesn't. Because all paths will look equal. But let's say one item type at a time goes onto this line. Nothing is looking at that path. Ah, that's fine. I'm wondering, see the point is there, I'm wondering whether or not you can get like 5 times the capacity in that stretch. In fact, I bet you can. I bet you can. I think that's the point. Is this what I've been looking for? Come on. Is this the key to making this work? And the answer is no. Because items are allowed to block the junction. Again, so you don't allow items to block the junction. Huh. If you allow items to block the junction, then none of this works. That's as simple as that. Alright, let's go and find out where everything is. Again, this is going to come down to breaking the connections. So we need to clear this as quickly as possible. Remove these. In fact, that didn't have any items stuck on it, so it didn't actually matter. Close with that. If it doesn't have items on it, it really doesn't matter. But, you know, 'cause there's nothing to do there. We're gonna make this work. I'm determined. I'm determined we're gonna make this work. Very frustrating that. Why do you keep getting stuck? I mean, surely I should just find another path. Where are they coming from? They need to stop. Okay. leave these. I think the back lines are important. I think I'm going to leave them in. Okay, well, that's showing that. It's almost like this needs to feed to the middle, doesn't it? Yeah. Are you going again? Possibly are. Going to try this. Something here, I'm sure. There's a roundabout.
Rupture activity detected. I recommend finding a safe place.
Okie dokie. Right, we're flowing again. So, I mean, using that splitter from 1 to 5 pretty much proves that these have limited value, right? If it gets stuck on one, if something will enter that and block the junction, all exits, all 5 of those are useless. What I would expect it to do is when one comes into this junction, nothing enters it until there's an exit clear, and then it takes the first clear exit. That's just... To me, that's logical. Now, I do wonder, wonder if we could stack some of these and take some down to the next line. I'm not sure they can stack through. They need to be like side by side. I mean, if you could stack them on top one another, but I don't think you can. Anyway. Food for thought. Right, where are we at with this? We need 400 magnets and we need 200 turbines. That's that to do. We've got a load of materials to put back in. Not sure we need to do the
Rupture's core
ingots.
is unstable. Head to safety immediately.
That's great. Still got all that glass. Ooh. I want to get back out there. That's a bit toasty. Maybe I don't want to get out there yet. Nope. That's interesting. was going to say, how do you close the chat dialogue? Normally it's enter, enter. I'm not entirely certain how you close it. No? Okay.
Planetary temperature within acceptable parameters.
No? Oh, there we go. It goes away after a time. Right. Jammed again. Oh, that's because the machines are altered. I'm fairly certain they route on shortest path, so even if you put a support above that with a multi-path to try and bypass, would it even work? I don't actually know. I don't know, but maybe that is the answer. So if you did a split, for example, three-way split, and then join one to this, and then raise one, and then one up, you would need to
Okay.
It's like Piccadilly Circus in it. Cats and people. Right. Okay, no. For genuinely don't know at the moment. Let's start to bring things back online again. This is the... Alright, we don't have that. That's not something we're carrying. That's something we need to... we need 400 of that. Do we have any of those? No. Are they connected? No. So let's connect them back up. I'm going to try some backlining, I think. I'm going to try backlining all lines. Can't do anything with that at the moment. I'm just very interested to see if this makes a difference. The outside lines are down. But we're going to backline all these other lines. Try and stop materials getting stuck on the outside. But not necessarily crossing here. No. Don't know what I'm thinking at the moment. Got you. have to do that. You have to bridge that gap. Oh, I wonder. Let's say you used the three ways and you created 3 channels at every single junction. You would end up with separate loops. Oh no. Anyway, this is what I'm thinking at the minute. Thinking the middle lines. So whereas I used to do alternates, I'm thinking all the middle lines. We're going to do 2 outside lines that are down, and all the middle lines are coming back. And that's what I'm thinking. And this one is a double line and should be in both directions. Although its reasoning to be in both directions is not entirely clear to me at the moment. Aside from the fact it was the original edge of the base.
Ruptura status, stable. Arcadia status, stable.
Right, that main thoroughfare is now back in. This was a waste of time, but is intriguing. So we'll leave that for a minute. go with this idea of the backlines. It's the... jammed up. Okay, let's continue with this. Hang on, this wasn't intentional here. We've got the double line, so why? Are we doing that now? This off. because we've got all from wire here. Actually, I want that off, but I want it off, but I want to empty it. That's the point. Get it empty. Gosh. Is this finished flowing out here? No. Bonkers now.
Dehydrated. Oh, nice.
See what happens here. We don't connect another machine until this one finishes offloading, until it goes down to a small amount. I think that's the point. Okay. That can only produce at the rate it's producing. Similar with this, we'll wait for this to empty, to finish supplying. I think I'm coming up with a series of best practices here. We know that to change the recipe on the machine, switch it off, preload it if you can. If you can't, then when you switch it on, then yeah, there should be no reason why you can't. The only reason you can't is if you haven't got the materials to add into it. That auto save, yeah, it is. This initial demand is because machines have been starved of the materials, right? And then we've just added a whole load, we've just dumped a whole load onto the network, or given it the capacity to dump onto the network. This will stop when all the machines that are demanding rotors have either filled up or this is emptied. Now, interestingly, this isn't going that way. So where are they going? They're going some way down. Okay. Right, but that's now cleared. Oh, that's not. It's still going. There's a lot of rotors required somewhere down in the chain. There we go, that's petering. Oh, yeah. Now it's going to a normal request rate. So that's good. Right, now this line. You're full. Now you're full. Now we're going to do the same thing. We need to drop you onto the network. That's quite obtrusive, that sound, isn't it? And you can't control it. Oh, there's something in this thing. Hang on. Oh, there it is. So we can put these in the buffer. So there's going to be a load of these that need to go out. Come on, don't jam. Brilliant. Now that has returned to normal. I see a meteor.
Enemy pacified. Reloading. Changing mags. Come here.
One there.
Acquired. I need to survive.
We've already got the 4 there and we can go down there. No. Anyway. Certainly help that. We'll see. I like to keep things visible if I can. Right. So we got to a point where we were reconnecting. It was there. Let's see if we can reconnect this. Well, that's interesting. Oh no, you jammed up. You're jammed. Oh damn you. So I wonder, it's like it's almost as if we need to stop this middle one. Oh no, this is okay. Is it the down line? Oh, maybe just that. Base is under attack. Let's take this out again. How many?
Warning. Monolith activity detected.
shells going out. Yeah.
Warning. Increased activity of nearby monolith.
Now they can stay there as long as they like, as far as I'm concerned. I wonder. Oh, I know how to do with this, right? You just take one of these down, and suddenly they become interested. That's called Operation Bait.
Warning. Monolith activity detected.
Oh dear, where are you going? Where are you going? Where you're going? Yeah, I think these need to be thrown on the outside.
ruptura activity. Prepare for a wave.
Dehydrated.
Oh dear. Oh, I need to get rid of that. Dehydrated. I am dehydrated. Food. Right, I'm going to take a bio. Back in a minute.
Ruptura's eruption has started. Prepare for impact.
How are we looking? We've got some data points that we can trade in.
Let's send this. Data collected.
Planetary temperature returning to normal.
Okay, I'm thinking I need to stop this forwarding down the middle line. That is not a problem. Let's go and mess with stuff. If anything, that could be 2 back lines, but right, this is where my head is at right now. That's not really clogged up with anything, is it? try and unclog this again. Won't be able to take out a rail that is overheated. Yeah, can't delete a rail that's overheated. What is the problem here? Something's staring me in the face and I'm not entirely certain what it is. Alright, so let's get rid of that. And that's overheated, that's overheated. This is all jammed up down the side, right? So why is it all jammed up down the side? Because reasons. Jammed. Jammed. Okay. No. What's that? Aren't you moving? Because its route's probably gone, that's why. I'm just emptying this entire store. Come on. I can't delete this rail because it's overheated. Right, and then there's another batch and that gets stuck. So what I can do is delete that. That's really going to play havoc with it. No, you're stuck. saw the reason why I had it going down the end there. Ah, looks like we've got some flow at the end there. Can't delete that. Flowing again. Thrown the down line to the outside now. Nothing goes forward unless it goes to the outside. Try this again. All from wire, no. Metal bars. Titanium plates. All from wire. Tubes. Oh, so it's stopped.
Is in its stable stage. The climate of Arcadia is returning to normal. Radius 7 has finished regenerating.
Come on. That calcium needed to be further down for a start, so it doesn't have to pass here. Oh no, no, see there's a requirement for it to come down here by looks of it. Okay, this hasn't finished emptying yet.
I need to survive.
Start here, so
Come here.
we just go opportunistic, and any meteors that fall within sight go and collect, and we'll get the 30. Okay, I think we're going again up here. I want to connect. Okay, another massive demand. Safe. Okay, we look to be flowing again there. And we've got the machines on. Turn it on. Not only turn it on, fix it up. They're very loud and I'm nowhere near them, those turrets. Come on. when I had that there. What happened here? Tell you what, if you did a loop there into there, wouldn't even need to touch that. Let's try that. So with 3, let's see if this works. That is going there, but that is going in there. Hell am I? Yeah. Why have you stuck? Similar thing here. Just dawned on me. Wouldn't need to touch that junction then.
Dehydrated. You're jammed because you're going down here, you've got something going on here.
Hmm. Let's watch this. Okay. I have a sneaking suspicion we can do something with that. Hang on, where are you going? Sushi very much. Yeah, number one asks, please do not let materials block junctions. mean, how does that happen? Oh, because this comes down here. That needs to get in there. You literally need it to go down here, just one line. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right. Straight line, isn't it? I'm going to do the same thing here. With 3. Because then it's got no requirement. Yeah, then it's got no requirement to sit on that junction. And it can go straight into the machine if it needs to. So I even wonder if you've got something to do here with this. This is interesting. I think there's something here. We're creating a route to the back of the machine that doesn't require. Yeah, you see? Doesn't require it to sit on the main junction. And I've got a feeling we probably want to do something similar with the exit. Although we can't. So do any of these. Yep. Right, we're going again. That's a very interesting thing. can put one in there.
Rupture activity detected. I recommend finding a safe place.
Okay. I reckon I've got enough time to get this in. Keep that lock. Yeah, I don't know. That three-way split seemed to solve a problem on that junction with the sulphuric acid, which is coming from the other end. That was very interesting. I don't think it necessarily helps on the end junctions where they're merging. You still might as well use a cross junction.
Ruptura's core is unstable. Head to safety immediately.
Stretch time.
planetary temperature within acceptable parameters.
So this is interesting, right? This needs metal plates. So you could do the same thing here. You could do a split here. You're not getting snarled. This is becoming interesting. I can get all these connected back up again. Without it fouling. Come on, you. Freeing up there.
Ruptura status, stable. Arcadia status, stable.
Look for meteors.
Come here.
this is on. Oh, right. It's on and there's no demand. Okay, it's free. Tubes. Beams, plates. Rods. One of those. And that. Auto saying? Yeah. What is this? Sheer weight of traffic? I think it is, you know. You could put a split there and then take that into there. That direction, because then that would stop this even having to traverse this link, split at this point. Sheer weight of traffic, you know. No, that's only spitting out a couple. That appears to be stopped. Why are you stopped? Waiting to get down there. see.
Dehydrated. Not bad.
Well, that's running again. Particularly very freely, but it is running again. Right? This is doing something similar. It's all connected. Starved of this caused a problem when I connected it. We need that because that, I was going to say it's wolfram powder. It's not required for ammunition. Thank you. that's freed up. To it. Right, I think we need to do something similar with this. Oh, so cool. That's connected, that's connected. Right, but we're going to... hang on. Not that one. Good. Got that going again. Ooh, that's full. Come on, can't ignore that, can we? Did it? Clearly. what's that? Save. Okay. This game doesn't crash much actually. It's there's a few hang states. Hung a few times and frozen up completely, but on the whole doesn't really hasn't crashed and died on me. Right, I want to put in some things for this that are very similar. They're all coming from the back line, but just in case, so let's take that out. You could do that with a cross piece. Ties that there, right, so that goes to that. That goes there. That goes there. And this comes here. This deals with any situation. It stops additional items having to clog up that line. Have you clogged up? I think you have. Right, so this. I think it's almost you only ever go forward. Right, yeah. So we're stuck here now. I think we're probably going to call it there. It's quarter to one. No, quarter to one. This continues to be a challenge, and I'm not entirely certain as to why. I mean, it looks like to me just sheer volume. We've tried only passing forwards. Certainly this back row's not happy. Passing back is a really bad idea. I mean, so there's it's almost as if like once you pass forward, don't bring it back, right? So there is an item here. Where is it? So that should be in the row in front. You only have tier 1 in the row behind. So ingots, so no items that require two So none of this, right? That should only be in this row. Single item. Single item. Single. You're okay. I think that's half the problem. Lost it. Yeah, so these tubes. Not here. Those tubes should only be in the row front.
Let's see.
And the reason for that means that items are only ever going forwards. So like this, yeah, items are only ever going forwards to these, so tier 2. They can all be in there. I mean, there's no point in me, and even this is just sheer weight. I don't know if this is better before. I think it was, to be honest. I think when we had it all turn it forward and backwards, it would at least had some way of working. I'm not ready to give up on this just yet. So what does that require? That's it's effectively a tier 1, which puts it down here. But it's a longer machine, right? I don't know, the jury is still out. There has to be a way of making this work. I don't even know if I'm going to publish this video because I've just spent the entire evening troubleshooting these rails. Which I don't know if that's entertaining or not. I don't think it is. But it is a true reflection of what this game can involve. Alright, you're going now. Hang on. Have you got... Did I just see a... Yeah, I did, didn't I? So that needs a bypass. That was proven to help the line behind, right? Where are you going? all going again. How's our unlock looking? Oh god. It's like... got this flowing. Oh, clearly not. What are you doing there? There's a load of sulphur stuck. Right, and then you're floating in there. Follow you. Aha, well that helps. But you're not happy back here. I don't know what the answer is then. You're flowing. Right, we're sort of going again. I think we are. I'm going to just let that run for a bit. I didn't even think of these. They don't even need to be on, to be honest. 73k though. But what was the reward? So I don't know if I don't recall if it was anything spectacular. Yeah, we're a long way away from those. Ammo, you're good. We just have our logistics issues, really. See that's wolfram powder, and we need to get that in there. It's direct connected, right? You don't want it. It's almost as if you could even direct connect it. I mean, that is a point. It's unfouled yet? No, it's not. Freeing up. This one I turned off, it is, isn't it? This row is going again. Okay. Seeing some weight traffic here.
detecting increased
Oop.
ruptura activity.
Okay, well, I think that's a good time to wrap up for tonight. It looks to me as if I'm just starting to get things going again. I'm not convinced that we're out of the woods. I think the rail logic is fundamentally flawed with objects sitting on junctions. I think that's really the problem. I could be wrong. Don't need that. Or that. Okay. Let's save the game and wrap up there. Thank you for watching and sticking with it. You can see, well, we're troubleshooting on the fly. I know somewhere I can fix this. Just haven't figured it out yet. Alright, anyway, see you in the next video. Take care. Bye-bye.